Hello. Yes, I apologize. I am late. Yep, that's true. You got me. Very, very rarely am I ever late for a stream. This is one of the very few times. So, hey, if you were present for this, congratulations. You now have my record, probably, of the latest I've ever been to a stream, being maybe 5 minutes, I think. The intro screen I cut short because I was like, people have been waiting long enough. Oh, baby. Delicious Coke Zero. So I'm stuffed. I splurged and got Chinese food today. Very, very, very good. Very good, let me tell you. I ate it faster than I would have liked, but I mean, I have so much left over. That's like a week's worth of food. But I also ended up trying a bunch of different, like, they had some rolls and, like, sushi and stuff. So I tried a crispy roll, and they didn't describe what the crispy roll actually had in it. They just said, it's a crispy roll, and that's it. Normally, like, the other ones would be like, oh yeah, it's got avocado and mayonnaise and shrimp or what have you in the other thing. For the crispy roll, it didn't say nothing. It just said crispy roll. But it was dirt cheap. So I was like, well, I'll give that a try. I tried it. I'll never buy it again. It was literally just like rice, but they rolled up some panko. It's just breadcrumbs. Just breadcrumbs and rice. And that's it. Nothing on top of it, nothing to the side. It was pretty depressing. I wasn't a fan. But I'll tell you what I am a fan of. The Great Ace Attorney. New game! Now, if you didn't see last time, they actually left us on a cliffhanger. Can I describe that cliffhanger? No. Cartoon! Ah!
Standing here in the bright sunshine,
Whoa.
looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream.
You got a new voice
But
actor?
I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
I feel like she got a new VA.
He's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer.
I did not oversleep, no.
I've no doubt that
Rhiannon Escape died?
he's
You must have
fighting
missed the
some
finale,
noble
Tim.
cause
It
in
was
court.
crazy.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
What? I find myself faced with another awful crime! Yeah, it's the person from Case 1 in the base game?
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Whoa!
So please.
Holy shit! Oh, okay.
Kazuma-sama.
Wah. Okay, for those of you that don't remember or know, that person we just saw dead, that was the person who got off scot-free in the first case we ever did. That we convicted, but they were like, oops, sorry, diplomatic immunity. Tough shit. I guess I'm off scot-free. I'm gonna go get tried somewhere else. So, bye. The person with the curare. That was the curare lady. Very exciting. 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. I can't pronounce that. Defendant's Antechamber 3. I recognize the hat. She's got the big live bird. So we're actually playing as Susato. That's awesome. Here am I again. Oh, can I look at my inventory? I'm not allowed to look at my inventory. Okay, fair. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. I thought the hat was living. It would have been hilarious if the bird was also murdered in the photo. No! The bird just also had a snapped neck. That's horrible. I feel so nervous. I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Pop Pop. Oh good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yeah, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. I really hope she's actually going to have, like, the lawyer animations, where she's gonna be patting her open book and slapping the table. All the good stuff. But then, wait, is she gonna have an assistant? This is all very exciting. Oh, thank God, we're back in glorious Nippon, free of Eastern European vampires. I mean, we can only pray. If he traveled across the seas to chase, who knows? The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish I'd never been born. Wow. Goodness. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. I must say. Yujin Mikotoba. Professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. Also, my dad! A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Cute. Who are you? Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Huh? Yeah, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. Oh, it's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Rei Membami. Whoa, cool name. Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Aw. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Oh boy. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, oh cute! She's got this, she's doing the sleeve thing. It's just that, you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me rather bashful. Well, Yuri and my ace attorney? It's more likely than you'd think. Goodness. I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Wahaha. It would seem our little plan for this trial is gonna work. Oh, what? What do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? Wait, am I like under disguise or something? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I guess we are. I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes. I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father! What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that, no! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge! Look at you! You look for all the world to be a student at the Imperial Yume University, a male student! I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. I wonder if during this time, women could not be lawyers. And that's why she's doing this, because otherwise I don't know why. I don't understand, why are you dressed like that? Well, you see. It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take your defense in this trial. Oh, brother, that is it. I do vaguely remember in the first trial, there were people that were like, who let this woman in the courtroom? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Well, there you go. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden? Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go through such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason! I like that she also does the Susato poses. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray. Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. Yeah, you mentioned that once or twice. Wahaha! You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I'm pleased, I think. It certainly helps to bolster my confidence today. I can't wait until they actually show us what Susato looks like. Ray. You're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yeah, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer! Oh, she learned something from Ryunosuke. That means so much to me, Susato. And Kazuma. Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. I assume we're going to be going up against Ouchi. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside! She's bouldered in. I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there was to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Huh? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. Oh, I'm also going to scooch myself just a little bit. Every now and then I overlap with the subtitles, and it drives me crazy. I didn't want to burden her with that. Is that true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? Nobody wants to get involved with international affairs. We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field. I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, father! Sick. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. Beep. Boop. Okay. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. There he is, the boy. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Aww. I love these characters. I love them so much. 13th of August, 9 a.m. The Supreme Court of Judicature? Courtroom 1. Oh my god, we look so cool. I love it. Ah yes, Nippon, the continent with the Toyota clan going into total Warhammer crusade brandishing the sword of Toyota. Yes, this exists. Shut up. No way. That being said, I believe you. Because I have no reason not to believe you. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. Ray Membami? I only just now remembered their name is Remember Me. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. It is Aochi we're dealing with. Oh my god, she looks so cool. Defense Counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready! She's doing the Ryunosuke thing! That's adorable. I thought for a minute she was gonna be pretending to be the vampire. Ah yes, Counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo, is that correct? She borrowed my name? Sorry? Oh, yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say that I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro, the man who vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not gonna do a voice for Achi. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be... You can't just say perchance. You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as a part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them! Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Please be careful, Ray. Oh, it's this jabroni again. Yup. We gotta put him in his place yet again. Cha-ha-ha, what a unrefined tomboy we have here. He's just excuse? But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. Oh no. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are... What? Wont to flit? Eyes are wont to flit. Okay, I believe you. They just want to flit around, I guess. The case to be heard of on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me. Oh boy. Won't sounds almost like want, but with an O. Like want to do? Huh. Okay, okay. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. This same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this'll be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering my simple questions? I do not consent. Alright, it's time to prove myself. Awesome. I love that she's copying all of freaking Ryu's mannerisms. Yes, Your Excellency, but please don't make them please do make them simple. Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim. That's Rei Membami. Oh, she frees up. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to blank. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret, you need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record! Can I unlock the court record button now? The answer will be amongst the key information in the court record. Yup, that's right. Just press E to open the court record. When you need to flip to the people section with E, don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with E. That's where the information will be. Hooray, we unlocked it. So is Ryunosuke dead? No. Ryunosuke is not dead. She just had to go back to Japan because of shenanigans. He's still very much alive, just in you know. Oh, okay, I can't. Well, I do want to read this. He's just in Great Britain with Herlock Sholmes. Okay, Jezebel Brett, female British. She died on the 11th of August around 2 p.m., ascertained by examination and witness statements. A single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung, resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in victim in both eyes. What is meiosis? Huh. Yeah, so this did happen 2 days ago. Oh, I guess meiosis is pupil constriction. Maybe that's what that is. I thought these were two different things, but now that I see the dashes on both sides, it's probably saying what that is. Man, it would have been real cool if she died from curare, but I don't know. Curare didn't do anything about eyes. Also, I mean, she was stabbed through the lung with a knife, so that probably, you know, that probably does the job okay without the curare. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? Don't most people's eyes dilate when they die? I would think so, but they didn't actually, Oh, sorry, the victim, not the accused. Yeah, it's Jezebel.
Yes!
Yes! Cute. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. Yes. So let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Well, because I believe 9 months ago, yeah, 9 months ago, she poisoned a professor. Not just any professor. Watson. Or Wilson, I guess. But it was our in-universe Watson who died during that. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Bratt. Behind the woman student's persona was the face of... a killer. Queen Victoria? Huh?
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine in the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Bratt. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. It was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Yeah, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Wait, Mr. Naruto died? No, Cameron. Also, hello. But no, he's not dead. He's still doing fine. He's just in Great Britain. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of our government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. Is this his sister? No, we're playing as Susato right now. It's that assistant of Mr. Naruhodo, I think. That is correct. So Susato had to go back to Japan. She had to get called back because I think it was her father was sick. So she was like, oh shoot, I gotta go. But then she also like fucked with a crime scene and she was in a position where she was like, I need to leave the country. So she had no choice but to leave. So she went back to Japan, and this is now 2 months later from the last game, I believe. Susano, is this a Naruto spinoff? Not likely. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. And exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Bratt. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed! Only the day before? Well, you know, a lot of people didn't like her. I imagine I imagine she had some people that wanted to do away with her, but who done it? That will do. I'm satisfied with the counsel for the defense. For the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Yeah, the reason she's dressed like this is because women are not allowed in Japanese courtrooms during this time. They're not allowed in Japanese courtrooms, so she has to pretend to be a man. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. I forgot about his freaking poses. Baze! Oh, Trump. Very convincing. Well, she's already convinced a couple people, so it's working. In fact, the person who we're defending, our friend Ray, remember me? She was swooning for us. I thought we were going to go on a Yuri tangent, but we'll have to wait for that. That's for after the court. Hopefully, we'll see. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. Wow. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky on a secluded bathing spot by the sea. This looks wonderful. Is this where she was living? The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. Oh, the bird does... I mean, the bird isn't dead, but, I mean... Well, maybe it is. I can't say, but... it is looking wistfully off like this. It's maybe dead. I don't know. It's like Mulan, but in court. Exactly. The cause of death was a single stab wound in the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. Even in her final moments, she's smiling. Evil, evil. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Bathing attire? That's not what I saw in that picture. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Okie dokie. Sounds like an open and shut case. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really gotta pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about, being alone together. A powerful motive. Did he really give us a good, powerful motive? How did they arrive at the scene if no one reported it? There are many questions. I also didn't consider that. Like, if they were alone, who the hell, what? Did she snitch on herself? Am I crazy, or did he not even say what the powerful motive is? He just said they have a powerful motive. I don't even see where he talked about that anymore. Oh yeah, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. They didn't say what the motive... I'd like to know what the motive was at the very least. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membani-san, you're a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in the laboratory at the moment. We're learning about curare. Could you imagine? I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Mr. Mikotoba, who Whose research were you assisting then? Oh, well, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson! The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? I keep saying professor instead of professor. Huh. English is funny like that. You're not alone if you're together. Some high effort posting in Discord made some lychee fuwawa gifts. Sick. I was waiting for you to see that one whenever Frost was like, Cameron, bring up the post lychee fuwawa. I see them now. They're beautiful. A deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Oh, I hated her. Oh, I hated her so much. Well, obviously, I was filled with hatred for what she had done. A powerful hatred. Oh, Ray, please be careful what you're saying. Oh, brother. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. So it was Fuwawa who ate all of the lychee. Of course, it was Fuwawa's doing. Case closed. No way, we're still going. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution counsel on what he said about being alone together. Tell me, what was that? Huh? Mbani-san? Remember me? What is it, Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish we made my alias, alias, that's how it's pronounced, Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. So it is just Yuri since she knows it's her friend. She knows that it's her friend, but yes, she still looks at her and blushes and gets a flushed face and goes like, oh, so gallant. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we all know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. Using long words again. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying, but Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution counsel what he said about the bathing spot. You have any, pictures of the spot? If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? What the hell? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. My apologies. Clearly my modernity had confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices among the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. Someone needs to put this peeled banana in his place. Oh, we're gonna do it. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of moida. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. It was not by my hand. Coke Zero break. Stay hydrated. Delish. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a moida took place. I said don't look at me! It was the young student girl who did it, not I! No one's proved that yet! I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. Don't worry, video game characters. Every government in the future will be unable to stand up to capitalism. Scary and depressing, but true. So true. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Ms. Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yeah, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extraction to Shanghai. Extradition, sorry. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Okie dokie. Thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. Boy, I'm gonna have fun looking at this. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. Well, you could hide under that dress. What are you talking about? The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Don't mind if I do. The victim and the defendant were alone in the island beach hut at the time. Where the scene taken by the police after is clearly visible. Okay. Where is this? Boop. Okay. You're writing something. There's feathers all over you. That could have been the goose. Who looks cooked, I must say. Oh hey, it's her purse from the first game. Did any of my message make it through? What? I guess not, because I haven't seen a message from you since we gotta put this banana peel in his place. I do love how even the goose is in the death pose. Yeah, I enjoy that. We also found out that this is a real goose in the first game, so that is a real dead goose we're looking at, presumably. The question is, what was she writing? She's definitely, if she's not writing something, I mean, I feel like this pen is very important. Fucking YouTube. You don't have to tell me. It's a shithole, man. It is. I'm sorry. I know you signed my checks, YouTube. But yeah, it's a shithole. It sucks. You do better. Do better, YouTube. Please. Onegaishimasu. Make chat a little bigger. Oh my god, Cashew, why did you beat this girl up? Oh, well, it wasn't my intention. She's actually the one who got away with murder in the first game, in the first chapter, so... You know, if there is anyone who I would beat up, it's her, but... When was this picture taking place? Did people walk in here already? Because I see there's footprints all over the friggin' place in here. Curious. Okay, I give up. Well, whatever you tried saying, I see okay, well, I give up, and I saw fucking YouTube. Which, the fact that you would be allowed to say fucking YouTube is insane, but... I told you, when we first encountered her, she wrote with her left hand. Is that true? That's so long ago, I don't even remember. She was stabbed in the back. Why are there any signs of the struggle? There's many things. There's many things to question about this. I was just joking about the hand thing. Well, okay. Speaking of well, okay, new Meisho Dodo comes out in 4 days. I'm really excited. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at that time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. Her mask would suggest that she's left-handed as well. Oh, you know what? I never questioned that. The way that she holds the thing. Yeah. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Can you please show me? They're like, the first witness to the crime, Joe, I done it. Joe, I done it. Can you come up here and see what happened? Yes, it is I. Joe, I done it. Ray, remember me. She did it. She's evil. Don't trust her. I always love whenever Ace Attorney has people like that. I'll put what I tried to type in Discord. Okay. One of the very rare times I'll go to Discord on stream to go see. One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. What the hell? You're like a big shadow band. How did I not see any of those messages? That's crazy. At least 5 messages that were all freaking not sent in. What the hell? Jesus Christ. We're alone in the hut with multiple witnesses. Gotcha. I'll leave the court to its kangarooing. There's always a lot of fun picking apart to do in these early things. Is that Frank saw its ancestor you're describing? No. Also, hello, Frost. Hello, just in time to damn YouTube. Yeah, we're all just sitting here cursing out YouTube. It's a pretty common thing, I guess. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Okay. Come on, Joe, I done it. Let's see it. Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Takesuchi Ouchie, have been waiting for this moment. So sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Oh yeah, he was wearing a top knot before. I forgot. Didn't Kazuma cut that or something? I changed so many words to try and get around whatever was triggering the filter, but then I let fucking YouTube through. It's truly a mystery. We may never know. I love the YouTube minigame of trying to figure out what words got it banned and trying to censor it. How many times can you re-say the same sentence? It's like trying to send a message in Uma Musume. I don't know if you guys have ever tried to send a message in Uma Musume, but sometimes they just really hate certain words. If you want to use the word like luck, then they're like, whoa, 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 you can't use the word luck. You want to say good luck? No way, that's a banned phrase. Crazy. You gotta do some serious tooling in Uma chat sometimes. What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten. I can't even figure out what words are banned in Uma. Nobody can! It's a complete mystery. Luck implies gambling. Oh my gosh. I wasn't able to say what you said earlier. Weird. Huh. Poor Mr. Ouchie. The streets have been saying that. Poor Ouchie. You know, I hope his descendants have an easier time in court. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. I can't believe he actually cut his top knot off. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that! Washa! Washu! Washing! No! Beautiful. Maybe it's a really bad slur? God, I hope not. I feel like we all just said it. Strike the head of the samurai whose top knot had been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. Start your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Brother, you got asked to bring out the friggin' witnesses, and you just started monologuing. In Ace Attorney 3, Winston implies that prior to Mia, he was known as the Rookie Killer. Oh, friggin' Winston Payne. Since I swore revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Ouchie growth. You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse on my crown? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be the fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You've been warned. Oh man, now we really, really need a third game in this series, because if he comes back in the third game, he's gonna have a freaking pompadour. Oh god. Japanian isn't even a real word. I bet you can do it, Tim. Yeah, Tim can say it. Why not? Tim can say all sorts of crazy shit. Been there. Glasses guy is the coolest. This guy? I don't know. Ouchie? With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Both at once. Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and the defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Burp. Hey! Whoa! It's you two! Awesome. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonoga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. I missed you, idiots. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital. In fact, yes. Soon to be sold out! The satirical I Am a Cat, unsensical... Whoa, 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 whoa. Who's this guy in the back? A sensational success by Soseki Natsume! Oh my goodness. Struggling student of the provinces, please! You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. He's in his douche era. No, not Soseki-san. If Mr. Ouchie wins, he gets a full head of hair. If he loses, he'll become a shoo-in for an L. He'll be able to play an L in the biopic. Gives up, grows pompadour, carries baseball bat instead of a fan. That'd be sick. How are they always involved? Shouldn't there be a conflict of interest? Soseki is like indebted to you. Hey, right now, Soseki is a completely unrelated case. He doesn't know that this is actually Susato. If this was Susato, then yes, that would probably be a little like, hey, what the hell? Both of them, in fact. Hosonaga is also kind of like our friend. I put in big quotations, but at least acquaintance. Friendly acquaintance. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I would clearly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that he's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. I like the turtle he's got going on. I wouldn't get out of bed for anything less than a friendly nemesis. Susato's dad just outed her in court. I'm assuming he's like whispering or something. Also, Hosonaga refuses to die to his anime sickness. That's true. He had like tuberculosis or something in the last game, and this is like months way after the last time we saw him. So, I mean, good to know he's doing okay. In comparison to what we thought, I guess. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It's my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Huh, well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. Also, Hosonaga refuses to die to his anime sickness. Yes. Must have gone to a TB colony? What? Isn't he like 28? All that gray hair too. Let's find out. He's 30 years old. This is like that Simpsons meme. With Mole Man. I'm 23 years old. After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact. With my father... With Professor Mikotoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. I knew you were going to correct me, Tim. I had no idea what the age was, but... I knew I was going to get the right one from you. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leaves me alone. The secretly spy? Snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Scupper's not a word. Hi, As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me. The Soseki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. A newspaper containing an article about the discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. Anyway, following my interview with the professor... Hold on to that thought. Oh my god. Hey, he's got another cat! Cute. I like this pose, too. Oh, I can't glean anything else after this. Scupper my privacy sounds like pirate talk. True, true. Well, I don't think I'm supposed to be able to glean anything from this other than there's a cat. I don't know what this whole cracking thing over here is. I have no idea what that's all about. That's all I can glean. Okay. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. Who can say? And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective I'm at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonoga. So, I was really hoping one of these witnesses was going to be Joe Idonit, so that I would see them, and then I would immediately peg them as the bad guy, and I would be able to, like, clear my mind of what could have happened. But it just introduced two characters who I trust wholeheartedly. So, either she was stabbed by a ghost, she stabbed herself, or, I don't know. I trust my client. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all the other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Oh, he is still dying. He is very much still dying. But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you... Maybe it was the turtle, who can say? That's true, the turtle is on an unaccounted for party. Well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had to work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Ah, but only if I had! I'd never have seen that awful sight! Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret! I love this reporter guy. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You'll give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. Hosonaga thinks his TB is giving him a boost like Pokera's. No. Maybe. Witness testimony. The witnessed scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. Okay, this is damning. We're gonna have to get Soseki to elaborate on this, because that sounds pretty bad. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Holy shit. Okay. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here saw it. We need Ryunosuke. Oh gosh. Also, hello, Torshak. Ah! What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. Oh god, he's not done. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes. That was it. Damning evidence. So this is the pen she was grasping. What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Filled with curare. Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Oh boy. If only we had an updated autopsy report. I wish. Bald! 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 Give it up, Cashew. You're not gonna land another curare bullseye like last time. No, but I have to hope. In my heart of hearts, I will never forget curare because of the great Ace Attorney. The great Ace Attorney. Oh, now it's messed with my speaking. Goodness me. They're holding a pen. Classic crime scene thief. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. Did they eat the swan? That's right, the fountain pen. If you would kindly examine that pen, Your Excellency. Ah, it says property of Remember Me. The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. RM. Remember Me. It doesn't look like I know any more RMs right now. You've ruined your own speech. -2. No! The great Asa Torne. Enchanté. I may just be a humble lawyer. The initials of the defendant. Ah, no! I love that she has all of freaking Ryunosuke's mannerisms. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. The fountain pen has been entered into the court record. The pen with the victim is grasping, it carries the initials RM. So, have I omitted anything? Choto... Oh, I'm not allowed to examine this more thoroughly. Okay. Have they considered it's a WY? Oh, wait a minute. God, I wish I could see the other side of it. That's true. If it was WY, it could be Soseki Natsume, read with a funny voice. So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Oh god. He actually leveled up. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Let me drag myself back up. Naruhodo-san! Naruhodo. Oh yes, that's me. That means... Oh, yes, me! Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do! So, if it's an English RM, not katakana or hiragana, intriguing. That is worth considering. Well, he's got nothing to lose now, and everything to gain. Ouchie, I suppose. Okay. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. Speak on this. In that jaunty disguise? Jaunty? Correct. Wait, no! I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the English woman under surveillance. I thought she was gonna do the face slaps. I would have loved it. Those were my orders that day. She did do the face slaps earlier on. I did mark out for that. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. We'll just let him die in peace. I managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. Ah, you're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san? In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Cool. Or the like. Mr. Turtle, Beppo's right hand. That dastardly Beppo. I knew it. He's back for more. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors aren't wont to describe things so. Damn, he really has been consumed with the being a, I guess, famous author now, huh? A scream. I was hoping for a drill to pierce the heavens? There's no way. So Seki-san wasn't like this at all in England. Well, I guess now he's not haunted by ghosts. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yeah, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Question, chat. If you were stabbed behind in the lung, it pierced your lung, and you were stabbed from behind, would you let out a blood-curdling "Kya"? Would that happen? Because I remember somebody linking an interview with one of those actors from the Lord of the Rings or something, and he was talking about how if you get stabbed in the back, you actually, like, gasp in. You can't, like... Yeah, according to Christopher Lee, that's what I'm quoting. He was like, if you get stabbed in the back, you won't shout out. You'll, like, gasp in is what happens. I wonder if that's relevant. I wonder. And also, the added detail of she was stabbed in the lung. I don't know if you can scream if you were stabbed in the lung. I have absolutely no idea. Maybe you can. Very painedly. The area is popular with government ministers, many having seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. It's more of a, I mean, you may still scream. Okay. I've never stabbed anyone in the back, so I can't say for sure. I'm a say-so Capway, you see. I would never stab someone in the back. Only in the front. You probably could before it collapses. Okay. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Me neither, allegedly. Ada. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change my swimwear on the sand. Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed to the beach hut in a run. Or, in more literary terms, I de-crabbed and beetled off hut-wise. Oh, Soseki, you're gonna be a pain in the ass to read, aren't you? I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Hold it!
Those filthy huts. Tim, you know knives. What's your expert opinion on stabbing of lungs? Yeah, Tim, you know all about stabbings. You could probably be our expert on this. Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say... But how could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I meant the victim and the defendant. Remember me. Oh. It would have been helpful if you just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Yes, those are definitely stab wounds. In my professional opinion, I'm gonna have to say, yep, they were definitely stabbed. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish. Foolishness, Ryutaro. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court exactly how you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norin curtain hanging in the doorway, stepped inside, only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Wow, even the turtle was freaking out. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. How thoroughly appalling. He doesn't appear to be lying over here. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? Ah. You'd like literary man's opinion? Oh, this is when he's like, yeah, they were over top of him, stabbing them repeatedly. The young woman was astride the English woman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. Okay, you really need to tell me about this. Because, if our defendant was actually straddling the corpse, stabbing wildly with the knife, that's going to be a little hard to defend. Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The terrible specter. The Terrapin Inspector. The bloody torrent. The author's torment. Eek! Every sight and sound still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no, ahem, no, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. Supposedly. The problem with lungs is that they're connected to your diaphragm, start spasming quickly and make up the difference. You mostly make a sucking sound, supposedly. Speaking of, where is the murder weapon? That's true. We haven't seen the murder weapon yet. Everyone keeps saying that they were stabbed from behind, but we still haven't seen it. What about the swan? What was the swan doing? Was it dead already? Maybe she was stabbed by an icicle when the murder weapon melted. Tim, you need to keep that in your back pocket. That'll come up. It almost came up that one time with Sholmes. You were as close to right as you could have been without actually being right. Terrapin Inspector is an actual bar, though. Yeah, isn't a terrapin like a turtle? Turtle of some description? I don't know. That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe. Ah, so you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you described? Brother. No, I mean, yes, I mean, I know what I saw. My ears don't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. Nice. Swan was a sleeper agent. Someone triggered it. Whoa. You heard it here first. The Swan was a gift from her devious mastermind that she was following the orders of. And they didn't want her to get called in because it would expose their evil ring, the Curare ring. So, the Swan activated and killed her before she could... Yeah. get captured and expose their horrible group. I watched Detective Conan. Someone faked a hanging by using an ice block to hold up the body or something. I don't know, it was a long time ago. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Okay. She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that? A single deep stab wound from behind. Okay, well, that didn't take long. Multiple times, how can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, yes, that's right, I saw it too! Oh. Hey, thanks for the sub! And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once. Oh, thank you again for the sub! 2 at once? Whoa, it's a double whammy. But they seen it. Curious. Whoa, what is happening right now? Thank you for the other sub. Victim had already been stabbed at least once at the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, yes, that's right. I saw it too. What the hell is happening right now? As soon as I went to go tab out to see like if my tweet started getting passed around or something, I have no idea. It stopped. So I'm gonna pretend nothing happened. A double whammy? It's true. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand, too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes! Yes! Right, I saw it too! Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly? That's just my personal opinion, of course. Oh god, oh jeez. You know, he was also responsible for protecting Kazuma, so Hosanaga's got a pretty bad rap right now. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness. They traded pens? Whoa, that would be intriguing if that did happen. Oh no! I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. All I can do is stand here wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. Wow. Hey, it's true! What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion even. Ah, a delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth, and that there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. They just said that Ray was holding the victim's pen in her hand. Oh, I glazed right over it. You'd use the tragedy of Kazuma as a punchline. Shake my hand, be timber. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use E to pick a piece of evidence to present. You need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's being said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for. Yes! It's all about inconsistencies. Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with R, and then the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure. Yes! Alright then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task. Don't forget that you can have the witness repeat their statements as many times as you'd like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. You're right! I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. Okay, now this says something different.
Objection!
So can we talk about that a bit, I guess? With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san had stood here on this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. Whoa, what is this theme? What's the meaning of this menacing pose, counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? Hey, thanks for the sub. When? How? Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yeah, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut. Damn, Ryutaro is looking very Susato-fied. Just a bit. Also, hello, Silver. Yeah, dog. Susato pursuit theme. I love it. The defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. The book! Yay! If only she did the pat. I want to see her pat the book. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Ah. Huh? Tuberculosis. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed! Ah. And Soseki-san, me? You're also talking a lot of bullshit. You claim to have seen Membami-san from the throes of stabbing the victim. Yeah, I did. Wildly! But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. But she had no sleeves to hold the book. Hey, yeah, where'd she keep it? Yes, and... It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the blade. If that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Ah, true! Then what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you even gonna tell us? When in doubt, hammer space. Yes, Your Excellency, there's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't... I mean, it's not like this really... It helps our case by a very small margin, where it's like, well, just because she's taking the blade out doesn't mean that she drove it in, but I mean, you've got to be a special kind of stupid to wander into a murder scene and be like, let me just pull the murder weapon out of them and look at it real quick. So I really hope that's not the case. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Yeah, your client would have to explain why she tampered with a murder scene. Yeah, it's not looking good. Also, God, I love Winston Payne, the Ouchie clan, I love their objection. Looks like Gregson's animation where the fish and chips go flying. Well, well, this takes me back. Who would crouch to grab a gun on the floor? You know, I have to watch what I say because of that one case that absolutely blew me out of the water with the book that she bent over to get and then the knife just fell into her back. Also, yes, Ryunosuke is a big dumb idiot for having crouched down and picking up the gun. So you know what? Maybe it's not too crazy that you would walk in on a murder scene and then pull a knife out of someone, but I would have to assume you're like a mega fool for doing it. Is that what happened with the lady and the knife? Yeah, they were throwing a bunch of... The maid was throwing a bunch of stuff out the window. A book fell out of the window, and the victim bent over to grab it, and then the knife also went flying out the window and just sploink landed right in her back. She didn't die from it. I think she went comatose, if I remember right, but she woke back up. The maid did go to prison, though. Rightfully so. What idiot takes hold of a gun right after you see yourself in a room with a murder victim? I know. Ridiculous. Who would do it? Turns out the 20th century first aid. So anything goes, apparently. I guess. Seems to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in the trial 9 months ago. Yes, Tim, you are correct. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. That's a lot of H's in that sentence. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes no jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was at that moment that she had withdrawn the blade, ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused has already stabbed the victim. Ah. All you've successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Ah! Damn, Mikutoba, get him. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we're back to where we started. Sorry. Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Oh yeah, why did she do that? Going for the jugular. Huh? What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I really don't know. I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could stab her again, save her life, hide the knife. Save her life? She's a med student trying to render first aid. I think that's maybe plausible. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought that she would have remained conscious for a short while maintaining the injury. Indeed. giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates the killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membani-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. That's not what you're supposed to do, but... Ha! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Huh. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. Testify! In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. Now you're calling me a yokel? Slipshod! Ha ha ha. An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But, in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Susato, how could you think something so stupid? Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. You say so. Forensic Medicine Primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research student with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife out of the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man that victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Oh, Wilson. Is what you said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yeah, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Damn, Ouchie! Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance on such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out the knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. So did Hosonaga swallow a knife or something? No, he just has tuberculosis, I think. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. Seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have... Susato! Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah! Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. You gotta believe in your client, Susato. Yeah. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. So out of those 3 options, one was correct? I don't think so. I think we got the right answer, but we were supposed to walk into this. Because, I mean, it obviously wasn't. She was obviously trying to stab her again, and hiding the knife I don't know how that could have possibly helped us in any way. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Alright, Hosonaga. Teach me about knives. Damn, no summation examination in this learned Nipponese land. It's true. We're going old school.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. I've been told that my whole life. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be alright? I've been told that my whole life. I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Does not have a kana hanazawa choto. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. I'm assuming that's the JP voice actor for Susato. Back to the witness testimony, please. We call Moog the Lord of Blood to the witness stand.
Hold it!
Okay. In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. My fave Seiyu. Oh, okay. Which is... What other roles have they done? I recognize the name. Ryutaro, cute. I agree, DJ. Clearly, the defendant Rei Mambami-san does not possess an ounce of sense. Yeah, I recognize the name, but I can't put a face to them. I had my heart stolen from me, Your Honor. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Hosonaga looks goofy. I love it. I'm a big fan. Also, hello, Star. Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully, you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Mambani-san would certainly have been aware of it. Yikes. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing, he says while banging his own hand with a mallet. I really have no clue why they would have done that. Nadeko? Oh, from Monogatari. Lucy. I love that name. Kane, Psychopath. I've never seen Psychopath. But I know a bunch of people that like it. Psychopaths. Did I say Psychopath? Psychopaths. But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew was lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she'd behave so irrationally. You should. It's honestly very topical at the moment. Oh, really? in a good way? Boy. Do you have your Psycho Pass, Cashew? I don't know what that means. Did someone say Bungo? You know what? Bungo did show up in chat. It's true. Oh, wait a minute! Oh, no! Chat wasn't linked. Oh. Poor Bungo never got to appear on screen. Maybe she'll retroactively appear on screen because I just set up the thing again. Okay. Poor Bungo, she didn't get in there. I'll send a Bungo. Hopefully she pops up. No, now she's pissed. Hey, there she is. Okay, yippee! You denied me a bungo cap, boy? I'm sorry. Keeping that book in her Lucy Lockets now as Ryutaro. Lucy Lockets. Oh, brother. In a concerning way. Oh, I see. So it's depressing. You denied me a bungo cap, boy? If Susanoo can do it successfully, then so can I! Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, if I manage to convey the basics now, that should cover the medical side of the argument. Oh boy. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. Please speak on this. I wouldn't say depressing, just an AI decides your fate with an algorithm, also known as your psychopaths. Ah, I see. I don't like the way he strokes the turtle head. Don't say it like that, you're making it weird. Whatever the motive... That reminded me of the freaking... Have you guys seen that one scene with Gura? When Gura's hanging out with some people? And I think it's with Crony she was talking to? And Crony was like, I want to pet a lemon shark. And Gura was like, I'm right here, you can pet me. No, I want to pet a lemon shark. I can be that for you. And then Crony's like, do you want me to touch you? And Gura's like, no, you made it weird. Why'd you say it like that? Oh man, what a great, what a great video. You know what? Where is that? Small intermission. Can I even find that? I think it was 9 AM who did the video. Yeah. Oh no, he's off on a tangent. I know. It's okay. This is my favorite type of tangent. The Hololive tangent. Boop. Boop. I love this one gets me all the friggin' time.
What does a shark smell like? Fishy.
Fishy.
Ocean. Not slimy.
Slimy.
I miss Scoobity Bob, man, and Fauna.
Yeah, it's like sandpaper.
Feels good.
Are you slimy?
No,
You ever pet a
no,
shark?
I'm not
I
a
asked
shark. Sharks. I wanna pet sharks. That'd be cute.
I'm right here.
No, not you.
Why? Why?
No, not you.
Why not
No.
me?
I wanna pet lemon sharks. They seem really
I
cute.
can be
I
that
could
for
be
you.
that for you.
No, it's okay.
I love saying
Why are
that
you
so
opposed
much.
to the idea. Why?
Do you wanna?
Oh yeah, this is Snot.
pet? Is that it?
I don't mind. Pet the shark tail. Yeah.
I
Oh.
no.
Just close your eyes. You won't know the difference between me and a lemon shark.
I thought this was during Minecraft, but it might have been.
Wow, you're some kind of shark. Yeah, this is when. What happened?
I can. It's different. It's not the same. It's not the same.
How do you know? Yeah, you never touched one before, right? Yeah, cool.
I. Do you want me to touch you?
Don't say it like that! You made it weird! You could've just said, yeah, okay, Grid, that sounds cool. Only on my watch.
Anyway,
God.
I'm gonna go after building
No.
buckets. I have to sleep.
Think about touching my tail. Consider the offer. Dream about it. Dream about it.
Why
Yeah,
do I want
wondering.
to dream about it? I feel like
Yeah.
I have
Possibly
better
turning
things to
thinking
think about, but
petting
maybe
Gura.
not.
What could be better?
No! 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 Do you want me to stream about you? I mean, like, what do you want, man?
Man.
What do you want, man?
What do you want from me? I'm just here trying to vibe and trying to take care of my bunker, man.
Man,
Man,
why can't you do both?
I am doing both.
Thank you for your patience. Sorry, I got distracted and I needed to listen to that. Oh yeah, she's talking about the bunker. It's definitely Minecraft. That was a fun little distraction. This doesn't look like Ace Attorney. Oh, that was not Ace Attorney. It was a small distraction I got distracted with, as distractions are wont to do. Hey, how's the game volume, by the way? Now that I'm looking at it, I feel like the game volume's a little low. Yeah, I'll bump it a bit. Let me know if it gets too loud. The Bunkeroni. What a video. Sounded like she said bonker. I can hear it all right. Hopefully that means good. Ear blasting Ryutaro noises. Okay, maybe is it too loud now? It's okay. Okay, very good. Guess you learned a new word today from Ace Attorney. Want. It's true. I did. Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membani-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant! Objection! And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law! Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. We're a reals over feels type country right now. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membani-san. Claws at eyes. When does the tutorial end? It won't. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defense's highly respected mentor. Okay, yeah, tell me more. Reals, not feels. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. They love Instagram. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Oh yeah, hey, that animation. Now that I think about it, I didn't link it. I should have linked it. 9 a.m. Crony Gura. Oh damn, they got Akasia too. I haven't watched that in forever. We need to do a Hololive watching your clips stream again. It's been far too long. At the Shark Tale video. There you go. I liked it. I'll put it in the description as well. Akasia. Remember me equals remember me. That's one of the easier Ace Attorney names to decipher, yeah. You can do it after the watch-along since they're only one movie a night. Well, probably not. That would be a little compact. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. Dog, I've been saying this. Throw it on the HoloCure stream when the patch drops. When the patch... Okay, oh my goodness. When that... Because when we do get the HoloCure update, I am going to stream it 12 hours. I'm going to do a 12-hour stream, and then maybe the next day I'll do another 12-hour stream. I don't know. But at least for the launch day, I will absolutely do a 12-hour stream. Then yeah, we'll do an intermission where we do... Hololive clips as well, for sure. But we have to wait until we get the actual release date before I plan that. And then I'll have people submit all sorts of crap, and oh, I can't wait. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in a courtroom, isn't it? Of course! I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needed to take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. Ah! I realize that this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need a reminder of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I know what to do. By the way, Cash, I might go to HoloFest. Oh, whoa, that's sick. I hope that it does overlap that you can go to HoloFest. That would be awesome. You better take a lot of friggin' pictures if you do get to go. Oh. Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning their evidence over and over in their hands. Yeah, I need to examine things in greater detail with spacebar. Okay, so they pulled the knife out from behind them. I'm not getting a whole lot of extra stuff from this. I mean, I was saying it before, there's like footprints all over the place here, but I don't know how those are relevant yet. This certainly isn't. Oh, now I can actually read it. Whoa. No wonder she was so smitten by her. My goodness, she looks like a prince. A handsome prince. This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research? Father, isn't that your lab? I think you'll be able to examine the pen after this dialogue. Ah, okay. What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? The curare! I'm telling you, it's the curare. As embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've heard no such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Poison article. Even my father, who's responsible for the lab, knew nothing about it. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, isn't it, Father? I love this picture. It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he did become a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Oh, okay, that's it. Well, alright. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. RM on the handle. Clear as a crisp spring morning. The fact that Miss Brett was clinging this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in the case. Can we take the cap off? Can we take off the pen's lid? It's filled with curare. Nothing appears obviously out of the ordinary here, does it? Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Huh. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yeah, you fill it by drawing ink from the bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yeah, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. A pen bearing the initials R, which is a small reservoir inside which ink can be drawn. There's a very small amount of liquid still inside. Oh, please specify what the liquid is. Please be like, that's weird. It looks like... it's not ink. It looks kind of like curare. Some sort of emblem here. Look! But isn't it a Yume University one? It isn't. Must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. Ryutaro looks cool in flat art. I agree. I was saying, yeah, I really, really like it. Very cool. Does not belong to Ray. Okay. The fountain pen does not belong to Ray. Tell me about the poison article. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via a mouth or a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. It is curare! Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with the acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Oh dear. Okie dokie. Ryutaro is a Shin Megami Tensei character. They look like him. Go through the court record and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yeah, I'll do it straight away. Okay, what were you saying? Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. I agree. That's basic knowledge that any medical person ought to know. I agree. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife out of the victim. I begrudgingly agree. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. Okay. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Okay, unfortunately, I don't think I got anything from there that I was like, okay, well now I know that the poison was stolen, and also this is not her pen. I didn't learn anything, unfortunately. Uh-oh. This is hopeless. I know what to do. When in doubt. What does story mode say here? They say go. Yep. Okay, well.
Objection!
The poison article? Maybe the poison being stolen is a good reason to remove the knife? But why? But why? No, there's one possibility, one very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ah. The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in the newspaper article. Less time for the wound to take in poison. I guess, yeah, if the blade was poisoned, if that was her suspicion, then she'd be like, oh, I've got to pull the knife out to clean out the area or something, to clean out the curare, the super curare, maybe? I don't think I ever would have figured that out, even with only 3 pieces of evidence in my inventory. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from the... Yep. Oh, objection! The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But... Professor Ouchie, you'll let the defense speak. But But a newspaper article. The court can't rely on this kind of hearsay of those wretched publications. Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency. Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without the just cause. Fun game. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, poison stolen from laboratory, deadly in tiny quantities. Why is the poison being developed? Probably deadly in tiny quantities, but I'm gonna... Okay, yes. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membani-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is... It was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
I thought it would be the first. No. This is a complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life. And the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Oh, what? Bald. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, it's because the poison is untraceable, except something about maybe in the university they could trace it. That's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reasons for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly! Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it then, huh, yokel? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? It would really be nice if we could just have a 5-minute recess where we just talk with Ray and figure out maybe a little bit of the details about what happened from her perspective. If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. Aww. In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? The empty pen?
Take that!
I mean, the autopsy report? I think we're jumping a little too far ahead if we start thinking too much about the empty pen. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis. Pupil constriction was observed in the victim. That's true. And they did say that was one of the symptoms of supercurare. Although they haven't called it supercurare yet. We know what it is. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea. So please, do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report Means that it's an unusual symptom of death? Wow. Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Your little knees must be sore from jumping to conclusions. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely, yeah, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected, why can't I say that word, poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie. I think you'll agree. This is a very compelling evidence. Get the out of there. You yokel student and yokel professor! Every time I say ch, it reminds me of Arena. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you're best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. You mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. But Miss Brett uses her mask at times. How did Ray see it? Oh my gosh. You're onto something there. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. Yeah, funnily enough, now that you mention it, I don't think we've ever actually seen that character's eyes. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father! A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. Alleged killing sprees! Oh, what's up? None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray? Maybe shut the hell up. Membani-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Oh yes. The person I killed! Miss Jezebel! Yes, of course, it was that dainty English woman. Miss Jezebel? That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. Huh. She do be dabbling with poisons. I know it was you who stole that poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and collapsing on the floor. Huh? That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her. Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes. If that amount had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm sorry for staying silent all this time. Okay, well, I mean, so this is like a straw. Oh, okay, yeah. So somebody did stab the back of the thing here. There's a clear opening back there. Never mind. I was gonna say, this was like a thatched hut. Like, it's like made of sticks, so somebody could stab through it. But I didn't see there's actually very clearly an opening right behind the stool where she was apparently sitting. So, yes, I think somebody was probably behind this hut and just went doink and got her. And maybe that's why we don't have the knife. I don't know why still nobody has asked about the murder weapon, but we still don't have the knife. Your attempts to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now. Objection! Your Excellency, do not be deceived! The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membani-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Why don't you back that up with a source? Source is that I made it the fuck up. But TB detective said he saw Ray with the knife. Yeah, pull it out of her. Well, you have no answer because it's the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
Did he commit perjury? No, that much was true. He did see her with the knife because he entered as she pulled the knife out from her. But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh. I have evidence. It's very much... Huh? And it is very much conclusive. Is it the knife? What's the prosecution counsel up to? Do we have the murder weapon? No, we still do not have the murder weapon. It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie. Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I'd imagine there'd be no need for me to submit this evidence. Hello? But you brought this on yourself. Also, notable, the same crack in the camera lens. Interesting. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air of the beach is almost palpable. The door was open? I thought they said the door was closed. Or the curtain or whatever. What the hell? This evidence more than any other reveals the true extent of the accursed murderous nature. Also, where the hell did we get that picture from? Where it shows the precise moment that Membani-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. Arrgh. Holy. Order, order, order. Counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? No. Perhaps this voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. Who's taking these pictures? That's what I'm saying. That being said, very notably, we do know that whoever took that picture is the same person that took this picture. Because it has the same crack on here. So whoever this photographer was happened to also be present at the murder scene. Kind of interesting. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato's starting to show her face here. It's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. The incriminating photograph has been entered into the court record. Photographic print taken off the moment the victim was attacked. My friend Ray can be seen kneeling over Miss Brett. I can't believe he's had a photograph like this up his sleeve the whole time. He was slow rolling us the whole time. Oh my god. Yeah, so, I mean, this crack is notable, and also, it could just be, maybe I was misunderstanding how people were saying it, but I could have sworn they said that they couldn't see within here. Like, this door was closed. They came running up and opened the curtain. But, I mean, we even commented on, like, oh, wow, look at that. The nice sea back there. The nice beach vista. What a contrast. Also, she was only stabbed once, and she was pulling out the knife. Her back was really bloody. The knife hadn't been pulled out yet. Huh. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. That's of most importance! You claimed that there were only 2 other people there! We have to know who took this picture. Because that means there was another person there. Uh-oh. Perhaps even the killer. Nice lighting. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Come on, Joe, I done it. Let's do it. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. What the hell? Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence! You yokel student and blabbering professor! Tear off your hair! Inadmissible evidence. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings. Okay, so we have the knife, right? Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. This is chicanery! This is ridiculous! Oh no. Sasato, this is time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yeah, we just need to prove that somehow. Haha, you'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Ouchi in the court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, counsel? Your Excellency. The burning question is who took the photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer. I don't know who, but it's the same person who took that other picture. She did the slap! It's the same person who took the other picture, so if they're accredited, then we've got them. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. That being said, they could just claim that, like, oh, I don't know, I found the camera. Or I borrowed the camera from my workplace. I don't know. Can't believe they would reveal Miss Brett's 5-head as soon as her passing. How rude. Her 5-head? Oh, damn. Alright. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please, do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Do you really believe you could? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mysterious photographer? It's this.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. You look closely. You'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens. What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like? There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Ah, good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too. Well, that tells us nothing. Ah, yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside the hut at the beach, counsel. Yeah. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. The photographer's technique? Some tree branches. Huh. It must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. Ouchie is guilty. Guilty of balding. with the photographic device? Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, 2 photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It could be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? Ah! Are they credited? That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. Ooh, wow! How will we ever chase down the photographer? He must be miles from here. Oh, hello. I see you were called a raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's Minamemo, I tell you. Minamemo! Minamemo? Minamemo? Memo! Soseki-san? What was that? Ouchie. Ouchie. Did you say mini memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. Read a memo. Many memo, they call him. Many memo. Many memo. Oh, yeah, there you go. RM? Oh, no. A reporter by the name of RM. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. I'm sorry. No, I loved that dude. They're cool. Could that same reporter be? A camera to the left of him. A notebook to the right. Here he is. Stuck in the middle with right and many memo. He is quoting that song. Sick. So you're saying that this picture was taken by a memo? By many memo, yes. My lord, your excellency, Esquire. His first name be Wrighton. Wrighton many memos? Find the newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yeah, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You okay? Good to. I guess that's the knife. You'll solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Can I take a look at the knife, please? You were so right about the murderer showing up, but you had no idea how right you were. Meh. Ouch. Many memo. To be continued. Yippee! Would you like to save? I'd love to. Dankeschön. Oh, remember Great Ace Attorney? What an amazing game. 10 out of 10. No notes. That being said, I have no more ice or drink, so I'll do a quick, like the characters in game, I'm gonna do a quick 2-minute recess. Go grab some ice. Maybe I'll grab some of my leftover sushi. I'll be just ever so not very long at all. Get a drink. Oh, I accidentally clicked. Oh no. Get a drink and chill. I'll be right back. Oh, you know what? I don't need papaya anymore because the game audio is actually playing. Where is my text? Boop. Okay, I'll be right back. Up. See, that wasn't even 2 minutes. That was much shorter. 4. I'm so sorry, Susato. Yeah, maybe if you told us beforehand what the hell was happening, we could have had a little bit more to go on in there. Sorry, I got distracted. Catching up on Discord notifications. Oh boy. Also, hey, schedule for next week's not out yet, but surprise. Next week there's gonna be another Lammy collab. Okay. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility. I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. Is this skipping happening for anyone else? Oh, don't tell me it's doing that now. That's like Omega weird if it's happening now, too. Not for me. Oh, okay. And you are live, Frost? It's only happening to Poi? Because this is a problem often. I haven't heard anyone talk about it in the past couple streams. I think it was happening on Monday, maybe? But since then, I haven't heard it get brought up. So I was hopeful that maybe we've moved beyond. Huh. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. Seems fine. I'm live, yeah. Okay, okay. No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light. That's all. Sorry, making a PB&J sandwich. No problem. Also, quick little side tangent. Can I just say how happy I am that so many people actually show up to watch The Great Ace Attorney? I have been scared for so long of streaming any type of visual novel like Ace Attorney, because I figured it was going to be absolutely like dead in the water, like nobody would give a crap. But I'm actually genuinely shocked at how many people show up, or at least lurk, in Great Ace Attorney. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much. I'm so scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Meh. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! A Susato takedown. That's true, Frost. That is true. I went to go refill my water. What happened? Nothing much. I don't know when you stepped away, but not a ton. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh. No, it's this song. Even though in my heart, I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato! I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no, no! Please, perform a Ray takedown on me. Oh, that's true. We did find who the photographer was of the photo. There was another party present at the murder scene that just nobody felt like it was... It wasn't important. They had a photograph taken the moment that she was pulling the blade out from the person, and the prosecution was like, I mean, we don't know where the photo came from, so it's not important. I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Aww. Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? We need to do a what? Harvey Birdman during a Simpson-rama much longer or something? Yeah, we'll just sneak a random Harvey Birdman Attorney at Law episode in there. People will be like, hey, this doesn't feel like The Simpsons. This isn't The Simpsons at all. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. That being said, I would be so down to watch some Harvey Birdman Attorney at Law. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. It is a remarkable coincidence that the pen just happened to have RM, the same initials as the freaking photographer who we don't know his name yet, but Space Ghost, Coast to Coast, with what's his name, Zorat and Brat. That's right, I know Ball. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? Let's watch the one where Apache Chief spills the coffee on himself. I don't remember. It's been way too long since I've seen any Harvey Birdman. I know the episode you're referring to, but I can't remember what actually happens in it. That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I don't understand how she could have possibly been stabbed like that. I love that one. I've watched like clips of that, but I never actually saw it on TV. I never had like, I think that was a Nickelodeon show, or no, Cartoon Network. It would have been Cartoon Network, right? I never had Cartoon Network growing up. Please, Cashew. Yeah, I never had Cartoon Network, but I have seen clips of it. And whenever I was a kid, I remember playing like a browser game at some point where you played as Brat and you had to... Or did you play as Zorak? I can't remember. Adult Swim, yeah. Yeah, I never had that channel. Luckily, what channel did I watch Harvey Birdman on? I don't even remember. I don't think it was on, like, I definitely wasn't on Teletoon. It wouldn't have been playing on the Fox box. Maybe it was on Fox, like, late at night? I don't actually know. Is that how you say adult all the time? Did I say adult or adult? And are either one of them wrong? I don't know. Adult Swim? Is that... If I close my eyes and just without even thinking I say Adult Swim, is that incorrect? Probably some weirdo Canadian channel. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. The second one, not wrong, just strange. I'm about to rent a bird? What? It'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you, I'm gonna prove everything you've said you saw is true! Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We've got to make sure our facts are in order. Yep, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's completely... What? It's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yeah. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. A special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory. Okay. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's pronounced Regent, JK. I called it Regent forever before I was so adamantly recorrected that I had... Now it's a 50-50 whether I say reagent or regent. Reagent pointedly looks at Chet. I didn't a goddamn word. Huh? It's the newspaper article. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I didn't say a goddamn word. Oh, there you go. It was all that English woman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanned in, and without any compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance here." There. Put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison. Yes, it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This Mini Memo-san. I didn't know you spoke German, Kash. Dankeschön. Gesundheit. Frankenfurter. Au revoir. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh. No. I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed. He shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. So Seki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. 9 Esta Russian to show. What? No. Unless God verdamn it is just very recognizable as a swear. Oh, I mean, I just thought you maybe misspelled God damn it. I didn't know that was that was German. I didn't know. Kinder eggs. That's German. That must be what happened. No. We've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. Testify! Testify! The trial is ready to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything, so I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. Nope, that's German for goddamn. Look at you, becoming all cultured. Thumbs up. Yippee! I'm glad I could learn something. That being said, I wouldn't know how to spell it, but I would recognize it from looking at it. It's 11:30 a.m. This started at 9, so we were going for 2.5 hours in that first part. Actually, looking at the time of my stream right now, that's actually pretty accurate for how long we were actually in trial for. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh, brother. Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jezebel's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, had no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Oh. Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. I thank you. I've been dying to look at that. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier. This went all the way to the lung? Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood. You know what? I guess it doesn't have to be that big of a poke to make it to the lungs. Now that I'm looking at how big, like, your chest cavity is, it's not that big, I guess. The blood on that knife is very shallow for something that reaches someone's lung from the back. Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe I am thinking. Maybe that was the right path of thinking. Oh dear. Blood's never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. I guess that's all we're getting from the knife. I was really praying to God. Could you imagine if the knife had the same symbol as the pen on it? A university emblazoned knife. Boy, would that be sweet. Hey, maybe we could use the reagent inside of this pen. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe this fountain pen had the bad stuff in it. Oh, you know, I didn't look at this. Hard to tell with these Ace Attorney games. True. Label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German! So your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you have just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. Is that true? I had no idea. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Maybe during this time, Germany was like the medicine powerhouse. So that is what was expected. That was what everyone communicated medicine with, I guess, maybe? That's really interesting. I had no idea. The victim had a habit of touching the pen tip, so the tongue... What? Tipped their tongue before writing? Oh, brother. That was true from the 1850s until the 1930s. Oh. That's nice. They had a good run until the 1930s. Something bad must have happened then to change their reputation. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Oh, brother. I want to look at the little rubber stopper. Okay, there's nothing else I can look at here. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier had been utterly destroyed. Coca-Cola used to be advertised as a cure for a lot of ailments back then. Brother, Coke Zero is still a cure for me. This cures all sorts of ailments for me. Yeah. Fresh Coke Zero. Ice to the top of the glass. It doesn't get better. I'm telling you, it's like an actual potion. It's like a Final Fantasy potion. Fixes my stomach pains. There you go, see? I mean, cocaine was prescribed as a cure for heroin addiction. What? They were just like, hey, you're addicted to this thing. Here, let's give you something else to get addicted to. But now we're the ones giving it to you, so we're the ones getting paid. Prosecution's ready to call a new witness. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph at that crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. People sell Etsy Coca-Cola potion bottles? What? Cashew, you poor, poor addict. It's true. I am an addict. Like, the other day, whenever I went grocery shopping, it was like a forced grocery trip. Because I only had... I was supposed to make my Coke Zero last until the weekend, because I usually go grocery shopping on the weekend. Nope. I was running out of Coke Zero. I had nothing in my name. I had to go on an emergency Coke Zero trip. And, oh, it hits so good. A fresh Coke Zero. Whenever you're craving it, too. Oh, my God. I swear to you, I feel it. I drink it, and I feel it go through my veins, like from my fingertips to my toes. I can feel the energy from the Coke Zero power my body. And I swear to God, I'm not just being like cute or artistic or anything like that. Like when I'm really in need of Coke Zero and I take a sip from it, I feel it in my goddamn toes and fingertips. I'm not joking. I feel it travel throughout my entire body. And I know that's not how it works, but the power that courses through my body whenever I drink it, I'm not even exaggerating. I swear to you. Listen, man, medicine was crazy history. Just don't ask why the chainsaw was invented. The baby chainsaw. That's another good Gura clip. Little baby chainsaw. One of my favorite lines from Sam Onella is, "You have ghosts in your blood. Do cocaine about it." What? Huh. I just broke down and hit the Safeway. Didn't make it to the Costco. Damn. That's what I'm talking. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. I've had nights where like it's too late, like the grocery stores are closed and I don't live close enough to anywhere else to get Coke Zero, but I have no Coke Zero and it's like midnight and I'm like literally in bed, like just looking at the ceiling and I'm like, I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna make it till tomorrow. I need Coke Zero. I need it right now. And I pay $25 to get a bottle, like a 570 milliliter bottle of Coke Zero delivered to me just to keep me going another day. Those are emergencies. That hasn't happened to me in a long time, but I have done that before. Drinking my zero soda after I eat my dinner. Eat something sweet after dinner. Sounds like a hit. That's called addiction, hun. Yeah, it is. You know, I could be addicted to cigarettes. It could be worse. Have you seen those chainsaw pants? It's the chainsaw hits your leg. Fibers in the pants tangle up the chainsaw before it cuts your leg. I've never heard of that before. What the heck? Anti-chainsaw pants? Huh. Buy the caffeine-free ones. It's a caffeine addiction. I think I'm too far gone at this point. I think I'm already cooked, so rather than fix the problem, I tell myself, it's not that bad. I'll just keep suffering, I guess. Shake my head. Heavens to Murgatroyd? I've never heard about that before. Yeah, Cashew, lobotomies were still being performed in the late 1950s. Dude who invented the procedure even won a Nobel Prize. That was never rescinded. Oh. Don't you love trusting the science? That's real. That's scary. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? This friggin' guy, man. So will probably still hit your leg. You got a better chance of keeping the leg. That's... I mean... Are those pants comfy? What would they even look like? Just regular pants, but the way that it's sewed or whatever is... I have no idea. When I turn into a zombie, I'm gonna wear like a full gear of those anti-chainsaw stuff. It'd be hilarious when someone tries to chainsaw me in the apocalypse. And then they lose their chainsaw? Huh. What about if they just shoot you? You gotta be a pain in the ass zombie. If you know you're about to turn, you gotta put on like a bunch of body armor and like one of those anti-bullet helmets, whatever you call those. A helmet, maybe, I don't know. You gotta like dress to the nines in the most protective gear possible. So that you're a pain in the ass zombie. And you're like, if I'm gonna turn anyway, I'm gonna be like a mini boss or something. I'm gonna be like a named zombie. I mean, it's not like you're gonna be biting anything with a big helmet, but... I mean, maybe it's like a rage virus where you just beat people up. Guy who popularized lobotomies in the US got himself a gold-plated ice pick to perform the procedures? What the fuck? That's when you know you're just doing it for freaking the spectacle or shit, whenever you're using a gold-plated pick. That's scary. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Oh, gosh. Schedule in your phone occasional door dashes where they have to confirm with you personally that they have food delivered to your zombie self. What? Huh. Writen many memo. Writin' many memo. That's awesome. Of the Show You News. It's what people call a journo. Journo. Also, I can't help but notice that the armband you're wearing has the same symbol as the pen that the murdered person was clutching. Can you please explain that for us? What's a journo, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. You eat the delivery person. Well, that's messed up. Lizard man, and lizard man. Taste testers use gold spoons because it doesn't affect the taste of the food. Ah. Writin' many memo. Yep, that's the guy. I was really hoping his name was going to be Joe I Done It, but I mean, we've got our guy here. I'm where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. Whoa. That's an awesome animation. Also, this music? I like the clap clap. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people. Mini Memo senses a scoop in the offing. What? Female student up to foul play. Defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Mini Memo is his pen name. His real name is My Confession. It wishes it was Groos's theme. I was thinking Groos. I was thinking a little Groos-esque. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format in the morning edition. Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. So-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness! Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. Oh boy. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that. Now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with and fast hands to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many memoism. Many memoism? Ah, yes. I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yeah, right. That was me. Mini Memo again. Giovanni Giorno? The very same, perhaps. But you were supposed to be going back to the Show You news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen? Whoa, it's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Huh. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my mini memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all right here. Here it goes. I should like to go with everyone to see her country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. Another angry guy as usual. I don't know. You know, I'm thinking this is our guy. But we'll see. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? I feel like this guy just wanted some vigilante justice. Well, I don't know, because if it was vigilante justice, I mean, doing it at the expense of another person's life is a little fucked up. To just be like, oh, you don't deserve to live, so I'm gonna be the one to take you out, and then I won't have to deal with any of the repercussions. I'll let someone else deal with that. The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Look at this photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Vigilante justice is the best justice, unless you get the wrong person. Well, anybody could have made that mistake. Thank you, Memo-san. You will now get a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed at the evidence surrounding Miss Brett's death. Also, I can't remember if I mentioned it, but his armband does have the same symbol as the symbol on the pen, which she was clutching in her dying moments, so that is very notable. The camera never lies! The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. Oh gosh. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. I mean, already I'm like, how could you have stabbed someone in the back if their back was pressed against the wall? Like, the stool is against the wall. How could they have stabbed them in the back? Read screens, you say? Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. I still also don't know why the screen is open, but the hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yeah, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. It was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. Okay, so this is our last witness. Because once we prove that this guy is lying, I mean, he's toast. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens? Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. Tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many memoism in a nutshell. At last. It would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. But this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why, then, was the story never published? Oh, that's right. Huh. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, your excellency! There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. Ba-dum-ba-ba-da. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. I like his animations. He's very grandiose. I like that in my Ace Attorney characters. Beach Hut was made of the Shawnee Reeds. Yep, I know all about that. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because, as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman? Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope. You've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoop? It's no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. That's not even many memoism. That's basic journalism. I mean, you can't just talk away taking pictures of... huh? If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? He's gotta be tweaking out. Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes before you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut? Yep. And she was raging, like my journo spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it, that sort of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman that really started laying into her. What? I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there'd have been eggs. What? The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents were wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Like a xenomorph facehugger. Anyway, the point is, the woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out the knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. Yeah, this has to be our last witness. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here in my mini memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of here. Yeah, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. Oh. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What the hell? Huh. What you describe as a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. That's what many memoism says. The beach hut plan has been entered into the court record. By the way, many memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try and prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. You didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you? I will grant the defense's requests. Many Memo-san, you will supplement the formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism. I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Okay. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only an observer. Okay, so this is where we've got to grill him, but... Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you might have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. If I have to say many memoism one more time, oh my god. And humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. Heh. I want you to say many memoism 10 times fast and see how you'll feel yourself taking damage after the 3rd time. I'll tell you. Many memoism, many memoism, many memoism. You'll feel yourself taking damage after 3 of them. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Just call him tabloid steroid. Surely he's making all this up. No. Fair. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. As you've no doubt seen many times before in your role as judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. Okay, I'm going to guess the last statement here. This one. I'm assuming... I'm gonna hit story mode, but I'm assuming we present this pen. I think this is when we do this.
Objection!
This is when we do this, yes. Many Memo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press don't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more many memoism. Oh, Jesus. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What? What are you suggesting with those recriminatory? I've never heard that phrase. Words, counsel. Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ugh! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. It's true, he does show you news. RM. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM? No! 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 It can't be! Writin' many memo. RM. That's horse dung! Can't you see one of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user? A pencil user. Reject many memoism, show minmoism. Agreed. Let's get Minmo back on the scene. And yet the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand. There's a very obvious blue ink stain. It appears that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung. Many Memo-san. Is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut? Why would we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but an excuse. Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be many people with the initials RM, as there are stars in the night sky. Don't you dare bring Umas into this conversation, tabloid steroid. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Huh? And there's no need anyways, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who the owner really is. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Ears perk up. Uma? Huh? What? Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals the owner's identity is... Oh, we didn't actually present it. Yep, we had this conversation. Sorry, I gotta mash through this now.
Got it!
I love Coke Zero. As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, many Memo-san. What a crazy name. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Show You News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem that numerous, do they? Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond? Yeah, no! Order, order! Explain yourself, witness! So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I use nothing but honest tactics. Alright then. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yeah, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Show You News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. What did, when exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. Couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we many memoists, Jesus Christ, say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, the court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yeah, alright. But, on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. What? Soseki? Oh yeah, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. What? Many Memoism states that one man's secret is another man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. What the hell? Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something? I was hoping he was going to have the looking around animation. The witness's secrets. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from the outside, I saw the woman being stabbed from the other witness, and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many Memoism demands I reveal it now. What in the hell? What? What? You mean to say the victim regained consciousness? Ah, well, and when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true, yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. What the hell? That's it. He's guilty. Tabloid steroid is the killer. Fake news. This is preposterous. Why am I only finding out about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? There should be a counter for how many pencils he's broken in this trial. It wasn't even a conversation. Yeah, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense. I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. The court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut? What the hell? The witness's secrets. No glass chalices and pencils were harmed in this game. Hey, well, certainly pencils have been getting demolished so far. We'll have to wait on the chalices. Maybe later if there's time. Actually, just went for an interview. She said no. You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident which she was involved in at the end of last year. What, the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life? That's not the way I phrased it. Many Memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her. Yes, sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. How did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Whew! That told me, so I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room if you're as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witness come running.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Any many memoist will tell you that. Wait a minute. Oh my god, I've been reading this all wrong. It's many me moist. Many me moist. It's many me moist. Oh no! Okay. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify the witness. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm gonna tell it. Did he ask her for the interview before or after he poked the camera through the reeds? Good question.
Hold it!
And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars, they'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Soseki-san. His experience in London scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. What? No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. No sutras in the courtroom. And now, we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. When this writer man asked the woman a very significant question. What is that question? Who killed you? What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you shouldn't hear that from the you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer man? Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack. Did he say yokel in the first game and I just don't remember it? Because he's calling everybody yokels in this game. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Hooray! I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. No, yokel is just picked up because Rio Taro is supposed to be from the countryside. Okay. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin! But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? Who stabbed you? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will. I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied. Huh.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was? He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. That's a great quote. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. I like that. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct? My teacher told me that one quote. It's a good quote, I really like it. I know why. I know why the English woman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese. What? Oh dear. Soseki-san really has developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report in his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Light a man afire, keep him warm for a night. Light a man on fire, keep him warm the rest of his life. I've heard that one before. It's better to look like a fool in silence than to open one's mouth and remove all doubt. I like that one. I've heard Northern Lion say that one before. You hate the English, but you love their curry. Curious. Did she, Mr. Writer? Huh? Oh, yeah, she did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Oh, shit, I meant to press that. Whoops. It's been fidgeting constantly in the sand next to a mini memo. Looks like a naughty child who's waiting for punishment from his parents. Rather reminds me of you when you were younger. I was like that? Never mind that now. The question is, how far can we trust this reporter's account of events? We must focus our energies on gathering information and establishing facts. Yes!
Hold it!
Remember, Kashinosuke, the Japanese during the Meiji era got their love of curry from the English via students studying there. Is that true? I had no idea. Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the English woman was sprawled on the floor before us, with a student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. It's because she was pointing at the crack in the wall and not the lady! Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction from where the student girl was standing. Somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yeah, that's it. Unclear. Very, very unclear. Objection! What the hell, Tim? That's a horrible version of that. Your Excellency, surely this proves that this matter beyond all reasonable doubt. The woman may have barely been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger waved slightly. There can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because, as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction that the victim was pointing. It's now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed the crime. I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No! No! The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers' hopes dashed! A 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition! This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible, though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how the events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Mrs. Brett was killed. Yeah, she was sitting there and then she just stood up and keeled over. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I had to say, and then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add? So the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on the matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over! Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh? To what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? Ha! None exists. You don't just shout objection like this. There was someone else present at the scene. Who could have committed this crime? What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction! Fantasy! Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency! You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly were you proposing the culprit was concealed? I'm thinking they were back here.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. Aww. Cute. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? What? Godlike theme. Order, order, order! But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. Yeah, you said it, not me. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit has been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchi, there is a way. Ah! And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you yokel! The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You'll need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that this victim was stabbed from outside the hut? It's the photo right here. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone presented would agree. Or present. Someone at least appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I call upon you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place outside the hut? Thinking this looks pretty good. Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No! I can't! I can't see such a thing! It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you would expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary! Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Ah! And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in many memo-san, it could only have been you! Yeah. No! This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower? No, of course not. We're not? You recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. It's lit in the read screen. Would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed whilst sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. You start laughing again? By your silence, Memo-san. I take it you don't deny the charge? This is absurd! That will do! It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of the matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I mean, this is too easy, though. Come on. I finally made him cave. He's got to put up more of a fight than this. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Ouchi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final... Memo-san, you will never regrow your hair. Ha ha ha. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals? But We've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the English woman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Oh, what is this evil aura he's emitting now? Does Soseki, he's being tormented, the poor man. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you are developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? It's been shown that the poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett, is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction on the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. Keeps doing that, and I'm reminded... What? And all I'm reminded is a murderous clown girl who pays herself out with balloons? What? Oh, pads herself out with balloons. Still, what? I have no idea what you're talking about. I see, I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Ah. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom, in whose back, and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. God. Oh. But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Dahaha, forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. Ah. Let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Ah! Look up Geru Tornado gifts, and you'll see. What the hell? Now I'm scared. Order, order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? So that just reminded me, I don't think I ever... Oh, okay, I did. Never mind. There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lad most likely imbibed it. Huh? You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It'd make no sense that at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. You're scared of clown girls? Tisk tisk. I don't know if scared is the right word, but I've never really had any fascination with them, I guess. Established? What are you talking about? Huh? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You'll explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo, and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many memoism. With a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where's this trial gonna take us? Yeah, I know, because we never got to use the poison revealing stuff. Not even Harley? I've never really liked Harley. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've never really liked Harley that much. Complete, and that's a hot take. I know, I understand. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. Oh, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else was going to have to see justice done. Depends on which version of Harley. So you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you're the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen? You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of the charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Okay. She's not a harlequin nowadays. She's just some BPD woman with too much makeup and DC keeps forcing on everyone. As someone who spends their life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was someone else who had it in for the victim who got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. What? Okay, it's crazy to me that we would entertain almost anything that this dude is saying after he's like, yep, my entire testimony before was a lie. I did it. I was angry that she was going to escape our justice system, so I took it upon myself to stab her in the back. But I guess, I don't know, maybe she was already poisoned beforehand? Yeah, I saw her poison her, and I didn't mention it until now, because, don't worry about it. I feel like this is absolute insanity. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journo here is off the hook. He's being an arrogant prick. Tabloid steroids noosing himself up. Huh. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Acing the attorney, Catboy. Hello, Cineas. So far, so good, yes. We're actually very close, I feel. I feel like this is the final, probably the final push that we need to get this guy to hell. I think we're doing pretty good. Oh, you hit the nail on the head. That's why I don't like Ace Attorney. Thank you for clarifying my thought. I don't know exactly what I said, but I agree. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've seen the light. Justice at last! This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he gonna get away with it now? Yes. I love that she learned the slap from freaking Ryunosuke. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. Why are we entertaining this idiot who completely did? Oh, yes. That is a classic Ace Attorney-ism where someone's like, this is my testimony, and then you're like, well, that contradicts the evidence, and then they go, you know what? You're so right. I lied. This is my actual real testimony, and then you go, actually, you contradicted the evidence again, and then they're like, oh, you smartass, you think you have all the answers. Well, guess what? That was also a fake testimony. This is my real testimony. And they come at you a third time. I feel like at some point, someone in the courts, like, they gotta start looking around at each other and being like, why is this man still talking? How can we even entertain anything that this guy's saying? Oh god, it's called perjury. I feel like almost everybody in the Ace Attorney universe can friggin'... Yeah. Everyone commits perjury. Too bad this judge with the wonderful beard is a jackass. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, your excellency! Dari blows. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and that's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. Oh, brother. Also, if he feigns ignorance of the poison, then that's attempted murder in the first degree with premeditation. That's true. He was just like, yeah, I tried to kill her, but somebody beat me to it. So, yes, I did stab her, but she was already poisoned. In the Ace Attorney universe, perjury, lying under oath, and etc. seem to be the norm. Yeah, it's weird. In the last game, they actually addressed it. They were consistently calling out people on perjury. Maybe that only exists in Britain right now. Maybe it hasn't reached the shores of Japan. So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett then? Ha! That woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? Being a dingbag is a must for many memoists. Many memoists. She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who'd committed murder right here on top our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. I thought journos only observed, you dolt. That's true. So in summary, murderous intentions. Whatever you want to call it. The point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight. So I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Ouchie, you bastard. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. You better fucking hope that that pen doesn't have the poison in it. You better hope that that pen doesn't have the poison in it. Why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I've already poisoned her? So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim. Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. The crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That's how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you might even learn something here today. Ah. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil, and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. If there's any crime here, it's Ouchie's hairdo. No. Also true. You'll reiterate why you were so compelled to stab the victim, then, witness. When I heard the student girl and the pompous English warder arguing, it got my goat. What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yeah. John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, however. There is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. Oh, brother. He was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. What? Yay! Speak up. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray! Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all this up. Susato, please! Don't say that. Don't say Susato. Stop doing that. You have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We're in the middle of a cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, great peeping Tom. That's also true. Gee, it's almost like he got the idea from the news. Who is this Susato you're talking about? Yeah, I don't know. Who? What? Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. No, we would rather listen to the testimony of this person who's blatantly lied to us 2 times in a row now. And now has admitted that they did stab them, but they didn't poison them. And now we would rather listen to that testimony. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I'll grant the request of the defense. Yippee! But, Your Excellency! This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh! Thank you so much, Your Excellency! So, she gets added into the... Oh my god, okay. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. Okay.
Hold it!
Talk more on that, please. This wasn't the deal, Blackheart. That wasn't part. What? Stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely, it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government? Regular protocol would not be leaving someone who's lied on stand already. Yeah, one would think. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory, but as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed so much interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look at my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah yes. Many Memo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in the morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Huh. Sorry. Don't know what you're talking about. Yes. Look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Ah. Well, Mini Memo-san? Oh, sorry, I lied again. They were actually talking about that instead. As a journo, and as a citizen of the free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Mini Memoism. Oh my lord. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on whatever he overheard from outside the hut. Details of the poison article have been updated in the court record. So that's what all this is about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. Based on information he gleaned by eavesdropping. Do we have anything else we can... Okay, let's read through this again now that we have extra context. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids. It's rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Okie dokie. I sure wish I could combine pieces of evidence. I really want to check the pen. I really want to check the pen. So that's what this was about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on the record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. That's what you wanted to add? The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
A wound, you say? Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That'd be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. I know people who would do that. Although it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. Undetectable, you say? So, I'm at a loss. I don't know exactly how to take it, because they said that they tested the knife and there was no poison on the blade, and the professor told us that this can actually detect this like reagent can detect the super poison, and he gave it to the police who conducted this test. So apparently there was no poison, there was no traces of poison found on the blade, and it was credibly tested. Although this, the other thing says that it can't be detected. I was told by the professor guy, yeah, it can be if you use this reagent, which presumably was given to the police to test on this, and it came back that there was no poison on it. So I don't actually know how the poison was administered. If it was the drink, then I don't know how he got it into the drink. I don't know how it was. My suspicion is that right now we can look inside the pen, and it has no ink in it. It's just clean, and we said, oh, there's a small bit of liquid in there, but we didn't say what it was. And it certainly doesn't look like there's ink in there. So I have to assume that the poison was used in the pen somehow. Notably, his pen. So I don't know why. I don't know how the poison was actually administered, but I'm 95% sure it was administered via the pen. Yeah, the tip. I've already examined the tip. There's nothing extra to glean from it. There's nothing extra I can glean from the pen, unfortunately. Mightier than the sword. I just need to like reach the line of dialogue that makes that possible, because I'm 90% sure that's how the poison was administered, and that's where the poison was, but I don't know how or why or anything else. So I just need the conversation to come up. I need to hit that point in the game where I'm like, okay, Imada, here we go. This is it. Come on, Cashew, just the tip. Hello, Armando. Ryutaro, what's her story? Her? This is a stylish boy. This is the stylish boy, Ryutaro. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to be some good reason for that. Like, literally the only thing that I can think of was... I mean, it sounds ridiculous. I don't even know. No, it's too ridiculous. Okay, he poisoned her, and the stab was just to try and frame Remember Me. What was her name? Ray? Remember Me? Yeah. Remember Me. But I don't know. I'm 90% of the way there. I just have a couple missing pieces that I have to parse out. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yeah, that's undeniable. Perhaps during the interview? But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yeah, that's it. That's when Many Memo-san first found out about the exact nature of the poison he'd used. Remember me. Though I have to say goodbye, remember me. Don't let it make you cry. I'll try not to, Armando. Also, that's a good song. That could be the key here. That could be the key. The victim had unwittingly taken the poison already. The reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. I agree, and in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Oh boy. Okay. So whatever we have to give them, I think it's going to be in this poison article, the stuff that he took from here. Disturbing uses of space, deadly poison in the was taken. Even the smallest amount entering the body is fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset symptoms. I have no idea where though. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna click story mode and see where the game wants me to do this. Okay. Nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. Yep. Point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well. Okay. The poison article?
Objection!
It is the poison article, yes. Well, I can think of one reason. What? What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something to the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Huh. Unless the poison specifically implicates you somehow. Who can say? Of course he did! There can be no question of that! After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membani-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. Where are you going with this, counsel? Minimempo-san had made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Ah! Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membani-san entered the hut. Yeah, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Minimemo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in this newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, it's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted with the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of pupils. Yep, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Ah! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membani-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered the unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, Raiten Minimemo. Gah. God, the music is so good. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. There's music? Of course there is, Tim! Don't scare me like that. As you listened, in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. I have to turn the volume up to 100 to barely hear it? Okay, I'm gonna turn up the volume even more. There, I absolutely cranked it. Remind me next time I stream something to be careful. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. Plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Council? Plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. I think the game's balancing is off. I'd lower SFX and bring up the music if possible. Because the beeps are very loud compared to the music, unfortunately. I mean, I don't know if this is all, like, everything. I'd be okay with getting rid of the beeps, but if this also gets rid of, like, if you bang the desk and it doesn't make a bang sound anymore, that would be a little jarring. I'll test. Plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Ah. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. I think it does just get rid of every sound effect. Because it should have gone boom there whenever the music box shook, but, or sorry, the text box, but I'll give it another second. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. Can't be helped, just keep it on. I'm probably going to keep it on and then lower the volume back down a bit, but because I don't want to get rid of all sound effects. I'd be fine getting rid of the beep 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 if it's possible, but it looks like you can't just balance stuff out, so yeah, I should have made a sound whenever I did that as well. Ah, bummer. Capcom, come on. Why you do this to me? Okay. That's, I guess, all I can do. Nuts. Okay, let me know if all the sound effects and stuff are too loud still. Hope to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary! Yes. Yes! The effects of the poison meant that it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Precipitate is a tricky word. I agree, Armando. Coke Zero time. God, I love this song so much. Can't lower volume on certain sounds, but it has anti-aliasing. Yeah, it's bizarre that at the very least, it doesn't have like a volume slider for like BGM sound effects. Even if all sound effects were lumped together, just giving me the opportunity to balance things would have been so much better than just an on-off switch. Order, order, order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there's a number of... I mean, yes, I counter completely. The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope. Oh my god. Lost hope! Poor Ouchie. Alright, me memo, what's going on? What do you got for us now? You're right, I lied again! Whoa! Oh my god, he's popping off. Soseki ran away. You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning... I don't need a counter-argument. What? What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. Why don't you back it up with a source? I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial? It's all here, in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. Surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. I'm telling you, it's in the goddamn pen. So test the pen. Use the reagent on the pen, please. There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? Oh, brother. My point is this. There's one way that you, many memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole poison on the day in question? Please. Is it time? Please tell me it's time.
Take that!
Oh, thank God. I clicked story mode just to double check, but... The proof, your excellency, is this fountain pen. Ah! A fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah, I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, I obviously love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup? What the hell? They got the Exante goo on here. Suck up a soup con of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. Okay. That's right. Pens are a fad. Mark my words, they won't last. I'll use my weasel hair brush, thank you very much. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which the ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write the ladder. The letter? What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah! And just as it's possible to suck ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, many memo-san. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib into the pen's reservoir. Yeah. Okay.
Objection!
Right with ladder. You had it right. Oh, okay. You are fake news. More absurdity. That never happened. True. We've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Wow, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Many Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting... The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. But he always uses pencil, he said so himself. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand. No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison was filled. After the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? Wahaha! So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? Brother, give up. So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? What if my pencil snaps? I got more. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! Whoa! He's throwing pencils at people! You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's some wild speculation, nothing more. I lost count after the 24th pencil snap. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. Huh. It looks as though it's gonna take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. Now I will tell you how I'm gonna perjure myself. I assume now we get to use the test, the poison test on it, but we'll see. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on that day in question, and therefore it all depends whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist. Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. I feel like we're past the last cross-examination based on the 7 characters saying we're on the last cross-examinations. That's true. We have mentioned that many times before. Defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Take that! Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle at the tip of your fountain pen, Many Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough. At least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Yeah. What is this? Oh, not the camera! Oh my god, this isn't my fault. My empire, trying to hold high a civilized nation, but bowing to every foreign power's whim. I took up arms from the mighty pen and brought it to the battlefield. All in the name of justice, righteousness, many, what the? Susato, with me! I'm sorry, are we gonna do a double Susato takedown? What? Yeah, sick. Oh my god, that was awesome. Did I do it right? Was that a Susato? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. Oh my god. Amazing. I love this breakdown so much. That was a good one. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. Bummer. You look a little beat down, sir. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen? Meanwhile, Achi's sitting there saying, just get a room, you two. Also, if you could stop calling me Susato, that would be great. Yeah, that's right. Answer me one thing, Many Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journo like me to pass up. Then why did the English woman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she laughed in my face. What's this, a Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you just call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Jesus. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I had just gotten out of there. I should have gotten out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. She really didn't do herself any favors. I mean, she is an evil, wicked, evil, horrible person who, you know, maybe did deserve to not make it out scot-free after this. After being proven that she murdered someone, she's just enjoying all the freedoms of life. So, used his Eastern sorceries on her. Yup. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she so clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. I would almost feel bad for this guy if he wasn't such an asshole on the stand. If I didn't have to corner him 7 times, I would almost feel bad for him. I'd like to ask you something. Yeah. You often talk about justice. But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. I'm sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. It's no acro, that's for sure. Oh, brother. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful on what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up English woman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt, was ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? I feel like a curare dart is gonna go whizzing into his neck soon. If our government is gonna let victims or criminals walk free, and they're gonna crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Mini Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jezebel. What? That's where I always, that's why I always, with these people, I like them, and I'm like, okay, I understand what you were trying to do here. I'm not wholly against, I understand what you're doing. However, throwing another person under the bus and then going up on the stand and being like, nope, wasn't me, it was them, I heard it, they were the one who did it, at that point, and then I'm like, okay, well, now I don't feel anything for you. Now you're just like, if you want to commit some horrible shit, I'm not advocating like for like domestic terrorism or anything. That's not what I'm doing here. What I'm saying, I will understand your character's position more and maybe sympathize with your position more if I understand why you did something. Understanding isn't the same as excusing. Yes, exactly. I think you still probably, should face the music on that. And I am not going to sympathize with you up there if the whole trial you were like, this other person did it. It was them, I swear. Because then I can't sympathize with you anymore. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose you're right. Oh, no, just I suppose. Yippee! It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Oh, that's me. Yeah, sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo-san? Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. Aww. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you! So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts? Is this man about to seppuku? Or, I mean, this is usually, like, when you cut off your finger, that's whenever you do this, but is he gonna cut off his freaking hair growth or something? Prosecutor Aochi! I, Taketsuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. Hair seppuku, no! If there's any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Oh no. Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path of Aochiism. Aochi-ism? One hopes that the only way in which will be modeling himself after the witness. What? Brig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. No. The sparkling. Not the Death of Kazuma theme. No. Achi got an Achi. Hair seppuku. Oh no. Everyone was very... What a solemn experience. What the heck? How did a knife get allowed in the court? Friggin' people walk in here with swords, it's whatever. Now, in regard to the defendant, remember me, son. Yes, Your Excellency. I've reached my final verdict. I hereby found you not guilty. Do I get confetti? Yippee! That's almost confetti. Yay! Where's it coming from? Don't worry about it. The ninjas. I mean, it looks better now for what it's worth. True, I agree. It does look better. A truly solemn moment. Court is adjourned. Alright. I like the JP Court had the same font as the other Ace Attorney games. I do love that. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants into Chamber 3. It's over. My heart's still pounding in my chest, though. My name changed back to Susato. It's all I can do to stay standing. Whoa. Lawyers have such great responsibility. Such a great burden to bear. Romanticizing lawyers. Ace Attorney does it again. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Aw, thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. The double Susato takedown I will remember until the end of my life. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. Or I should say, the... what was it? Ryotaro? What did I... It's been so long, I can't even remember what she called herself. Ugh. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I'd have to say that the congratulations belong to you. The Ryutaro takedown, yes, yes. Get a room, you two. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial is over. No more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo. I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Hell yeah, to the milk barn? Or something. Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and that felt good. Yeah, it was satisfying. Some sort of great attorney. It really was. Isn't there anyone else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh my goodness, no, of course not, of course not! Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. Am I crazy? In the first game, the telegram that she got was that her father was suddenly ill, so she had to go back, right? Was it somebody else? I could have sworn it was her father. And I was like, oh, bummer. I guess they're not going to be in the sequel. But they are, like, perfectly healthy. So I guess we just blew past that. That's nice. Yeah, they're getting ready to talk about it, I think. Oh, shit. Yes, you are crazy. That's not even true! You fought for your friends to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you, defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame. It's okay, I can still wear the cosplay. What? Oh, hi guys. Oh, what is happening? Ah, Soseki-san, Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Susato Mikotoba. Don't. So dashing, so divine. No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquiress, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney! He said the thing, he said the thing! This is just like my Japanese cartoons. Poor Soseki-san. So confused. They're cousins? No. My alias was his cousin, yes. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. Damn, they even got the right jurors. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. And I'm a chief inspector of the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? Wow. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you. I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. What? Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. Missing cousins? They're not even cousins! 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. I'm a patch on Cashew. I've never heard of that phrase before. And then, on the steamship of Great Britain, of course, the SS Booyah, I remember, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Wah. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all of this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of last year. Ah yes, that was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. I mean, we could have avoided a lot of the back and forth if Hosonaga was better at investigating, but I guess we wouldn't have a story if it was. Maybe. Cashew, will you ever do a bikini try-on haul? I don't know what that is. From my perspective, the VTubers are evil. No. Anakin, it's not like that. Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. Oh boy. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective! Yay! Herlock Sholmes mention! Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Who can say? Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Yes, Mr. Hairlock Sholmes. Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. If you're not a fan, then you're an anti-fan. Only P-tubers talking absolutes. What? Soseki Moriarty, they call him. No! What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that really is true, then her papa is dead. Then this poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. It's okay, Sholmes is her new father. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It's around the time you were born. Yeah, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yeah, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you'll understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge of you. The foreshadowing in this case is so good. They are doing a really good job of setting pieces up. I do really appreciate. Don't think I forgot in the first game, whenever we were investigating the fourth? The fourth case, and just these random fucking people showed up and were just like, hey, don't mind us, we're not important, anyways, bye. And then they just walked off screen, and I never saw or heard from them again. But they had, like, actual models, and they looked like important characters, but they just walked off screen and never came back. So I was like, don't think I forgot about those assholes. I'm sure they're gonna rear their ugly faces. I'm glad you remember the Popeye and the Shakespeare. Sounds like real life. Why did you summon me back to Japan? Oh, okay, here we go. It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you collapsed with a high fever and that you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after the long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Let me go! Yeah. Shouldn't you be, like, accosted right now? What are you doing out here? Many Memo-san! Is he gonna give us his book? Is he gonna give us his memo? These are the notes of the conspiracy that got torn up. I got them still here. So one throw wasn't good enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor! Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Jezebel, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Hello? Oh, what the hell? Judge takedown? Good lord. Susato and Ray confirmed stronger than all the bailiffs in the land. The judge takedown looked impressive. I didn't expect to find him here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. Chikoku coming in hot. Oh. I've come to tell you that the rickshaw had arrived, Eugen. It's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. Ha ha ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend. Seishiro Jigoku. Oh my god, you have a name. Okay. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance, Susato. Did you know all along from the start of the trial? Ha ha ha. A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known that, and then he'd recognized you, so I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. Aww, I appreciate that. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case. We now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, father! Sorry, my dear. We'll have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. Well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What do you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been the Seishiro sling. It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha ha ha. I'm a big fan of this judge. Oh god, especially that he did a takedown outside court. Did his name Jigoku during case 2 of the first game? Oh, I don't remember it. I demand a retrial. That lawyer used a false identity. That's also why he was so supportive of her throughout the case, letting Ray talk and the like. Aww. Or false identity, father finds with the judge. Thank God this is anime court. Friends with the judge. Yeah. It's all good. It's whatever. Whatever could father be hiding from me? I assume this judge is also kind of in support of, like... I assume probably everybody working within this court system realizes how fucked up the current court system is. And, I mean, this judge has talked about a couple times now how he's like, the future of our justice is looking bright because of you people. So I would really hope to think that maybe the judge is just like in favor of maybe allowing women in court. Dare I say, it's the controversial take. This is a hot take. Maybe the judge is okay with that. Maybe the judge wants progress to happen. So whatever could father be hiding from me? About Jezebel, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm gonna have to bring this up with father sometime. When nobody else is around. Oh, hello. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires. Could I have a word? Yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it? He also let Susato in to deliver the evidence in Game 1, Case 1. That he did. And I remember Ouchi was like, who let this woman in the courtroom? Get her out! I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting up like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back to England. This I have to hear. God forbid Ouchi finds out Susato is female. He might actually go full bolt. Oh, I was beaten by a woman? Oh, Jesus. Seppuku isn't enough. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those 2 terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I have to listen to what the dastardly detective says. Anyways, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all the curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. What the fuck? What?
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
I like her voice in this game.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Aww.
Yours, Susato.
I love these games. Flashback case. Remember when Soseki mentioned he had a run-in with poison during this case? I have been very confused. I haven't talked about it, but I have been very confused about this second Soseki case that everyone was referring to, and I was just sitting there like, huh? Am I, like, misremembering something? Or, like, what the hell? The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, well, I mean, we're definitely gonna end here, but we can watch. I'll watch the little intro. They always do a little intro video thing for the next case, so we'll watch that. I'll save here. It's saved. I've already saved. We'll watch the intro, and then that'll be it. So, I want to see it. I want to see it. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Start playing from the start of this episode? Yeah. This is why you jot down notes, Kashinosuke, especially for these types of games. No, what I mean to say is, I don't think a second case with Soseki was something that I got to observe.
One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door,
But I mean, this
the
is
mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange
that
student
Sholmes?
from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that
What did I
announced
say?
the
This
rising of the
motherfucker.
curtain on a most tragic play.
They were dressed something like that, fella. Well, alright. What the heck? How many cases are in this game, by the way? I only remember 4 in this game. I have absolutely no idea. Maybe 4? Maybe 5? I hope 5. I hope 20. If I'm being honest, but... 5. No, 4. Oh, brother. What am I supposed to make of that? The fat fingers. Bummer. Are we going back to London? You know, I'm willing to bet money that we're about to continue our adventures in London. But that's gonna be, hey, stop doing that. That's gonna be next week. For now, that's it. I'm gonna, this is where we're gonna call it. But Susato won't be with us. That's true. She also wasn't with us. Well, she was with us in spirit, and she was with us for maybe half of the last case in the last game. It's gonna be a sausage fest. I mean, Iris is there. What the heck? Iris is there. Maybe what's her name? Oh god, she was so great. I don't know how long Lestrade lady is gonna be serving in Juvie, but maybe she's gonna join our party again? I don't know. Here it's back to classic Ace Attorney structure. Multiple days and investigations mixed in the court. Oh, Gina! That's it. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. Also, hello, Jack. Awesome. That's my comfort. That's where I... Okay, so... so now it's going to go back to, like, investigate, court, break. Investigate, court, break. Investigate, court, done. It's gonna do like that type of formula. Because I would like that. I would like that a lot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay. At the very least, I know that that is going to transpire eventually. Which I like that structure a lot. I also I loved the first game. I loved it. But I would say that I do appreciate how in the like original games it breaks up the pace a bunch. I appreciate having the pace broken up rather than like 6 hours of investigation and then 6 hours of trial time. It being like, here's 2 hours of investigation and then 2 hours of trial time and then 2 hours of investigation and 2 hours of trial time. Doing that type of, if it does that type of structure, I think I'm probably gonna like that as well. So more lighthearted moments sprinkled throughout. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I love the time in the court, but the investigate, it's, I would also love the idea of breaking it up. And it's also going to create more, like, good points for me to be like, okay, this is where we'll stop for today. So, that's nice. Rather than just me knowing that I'm in court and I've got 6 hours of court time ahead of me. She deserves to get sent to Australia. Gina? No way. Time to do the entire job of the investigations part of the justice system. You bet. Somebody's got to do it. It ain't gonna be Gumshoe. It's gonna be me. Maybe Gregson? I don't know. We'll see. Gregson, he needs to go to hell for lying in service of the country or something. I don't know. He didn't really get punished for that. That I'm aware of. Anyways, I guess we'll find out next week. But yeah, I'm gonna split. Let me just real quick. Boop, 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 boop. 50 minutes ago, Bay finished streaming Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations. Dang it. And the title of the stream is Darn It, Larry. That's how you know it's good. Gregson was on that list of 4 names, 2 of them being dead already. That's true! A little spooky, but yes. This is it. This is it for tonight, so thank you for joining me, as always. More Ace Attorney next time. Does something smell? It's usually the butts. It's usually the butts. Tomorrow is, I think, Ape Escape. I haven't even done a test. I'm gonna be hitting the ground running. I haven't had time to do anything. So it's gonna be hell. But tomorrow at 2 p.m. I think I have Ape Escape scheduled. Yeah. And then Logan in the PM at 7 p.m. Logan Watch Along. If you're in the Discord, you don't even need your own copy. I still haven't decided where I'm gonna watch the movies. Am I gonna rent them on YouTube or rent them on Prime? I don't know. But yeah, Logan is tomorrow at 7, so hopefully I'll see you there. And if I don't, I'll see you when I see you. So I'll catch you later. Goodbye. God, I love Ace Attorney so much. I was just looking at my Steam inventory too, and I was just looking at all the Ace Attorney games and being like, man, my kingdom, what I wouldn't give, what I need to do, and I haven't talked to anybody about this. What I gotta do is I gotta somehow convince that guy Leo Lovelace, who has no time on his schedule. I gotta convince that asshole to play Ace Attorney. I gotta convince him to play Ace Attorney. He doesn't know Peak. And I bet you Leo would fucking love Ace Attorney. I bet you anything. It's way in his wheelhouse. If he really loved, like, Layton, I think he's gonna love Ace Attorney. But, I mean, the man's very busy, so it is what it is. I downloaded all the Ace Attorney games on my 3DS. They sold for, like, $7 before the store shut down. Damn. That's a good steal. How much he likes Layton? I think it's all him. I agree. I think he'd absolutely love it. The only thing is it's just really hard to sell someone on a visual novel, and also, like, hey, did you want to play like 200 hours of visual novel games? Oh, but they're so peak. They're so peak. Yeah, we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I'm gonna lay the foundation. I'm gonna nag him. I'm gonna start nagging him about it. Because I've already beaten, like, the Ace Attorney games and the Apollo Justice games. I'd love to go back to them, but I think it would be much better to have a fresh eyes from somebody. So I really gotta get him to do that. I'd be down just for the OG trilogy into Great Ace Attorney. I don't like the Apollo era as much. I like them, but I mean, yeah, the OG trilogy that's my jam. Have you done investigations? I haven't done investigations. I played a little bit of the first investigations game, and I have the Ace Attorney investigations, like, bundle thing, but so it's on. It's possible. It's possible. It also gives me an excuse to meet these characters whom I love again. Yeah, that is an option. A lot of gumshoe in there. I think I finished, like, the first case or something? I don't even... It was so long ago. I barely remember anything. But I remember, like, being on a plane. I made it back to my office. So I think maybe... I don't know. That might have only been, like, 30 minutes into the game. Oh, boy. I was too busy at the time, so I didn't get to continue it, but it's up there. Alright. Goodbye, everybody!